Okay, hi everyone. So, welcome back to the stream. And I thought that it might be a good idea to start reminding what this is all about. So, the idea is that I want to make a drawing app, and this is now the drawing app. So, at the moment, it's very basic, but it will become more advanced. We are already adding some more options here. We can now create different shapes like this rectangle. It's possible to draw the rectangle. It's also possible to select the shape and change its properties. Like maybe we want a different thickness here and then a different color or something like that. It's possible, and there's also a fill selection here at the moment, like that. And the path tool, this one can be used to create some other kind of shape as well. So the reason I'm doing this is that I want a drawing app. I want an app that combines features from different graphics editors, or however you want to call it, however you want to call them, like PowerPoint or Photoshop, GIMP, Illustrator, whatever. And some of them that you guys pointed out to me, and we are testing them during the streams. I want an app that is relatively simple. It's web-based, so you don't need to install it, and it has the most important features from all of these ones, those that I use at least, but I think that other people will also want to use them too. And the reason this is a live stream is because tutorials are great, but they really give you the recipe of how to do something step by step once that thing has been already designed by the guy making the tutorial. That's typically the case. And normally when building an application, we don't know how to build that application. So in this live stream, I'm not scripting anything, and I'm trying to figure out how to solve different problems and, more importantly, how to structure the code. The code now, I think it's actually a mess, but it's fine because it's still in the prototyping stage, and refactoring will happen. Uh, it happens all the time, I think. We always reorganize pieces of code, but it will follow after the structure of this application is more in place. And seeing me how I do this, and also getting help from you guys, that's the point. Trying to show more of a software engineering type of lesson and how you design projects, not just showing the steps of a recipe that gives you the end result. Those are useful too, but these ones I think are more real, so to speak. And also, these streams are more boring. They will be more boring. They will be long, and they might be filled with back and forth kind of things. But that's life. So yeah, uh, today I think people don't have patience for this kind of content. Uh, I wouldn't have patience because I know some of these things already. And if somebody would do the same thing that I'm doing, I wouldn't watch it, honestly. But me, maybe 15, 20 years ago, I would definitely watch something like this because it teaches you things that you learn in many, many years of practice. And it just gives an idea of how software development is done. In the real world, more or less. Okay, I'm also going to show a little bit about versioning and maybe some small things about how to use Git. And I do accept pull requests if you do some kind of changes there. Not too much, don't refactor the whole code because I want to show every change and explain everything that is happening during these streams. I have seen many other people doing similar kind of content online, but I think the difference is I take it a little bit slower and really try to explain everything that I'm doing and why I'm doing it a certain way and so on. So hopefully I'm adding something extra. But yeah, so where are we now? We have these features that I showed now, and it's also possible to modify some of the properties using these values. So if I want a wider roof, I can increase this like so, or change its x and y coordinate like that. Dragging is also a possibility. Deleting shapes is also possible if you press the delete key. And there are a few shortcuts here, and also this undo is a recent feature that we still have to work on. I think it has some problems. Shortcut also works, Control Z. This is actually the first time I even tested. But the problem with the undo, for example, here, if you change the color like this, trying different colors, it actually makes an undo point, a history for each of those. Now, every time I press undo, you can see the color changes just a little bit because it remembers all the mouse locations on that color picker tool, which is not ideal. That's one problem with the undo today. And maybe we also want a redo button. So today is going to be improving this undo and then implementing this redo functionality. And then Yusuf actually has made a pull request. And I probably will start with that so that I don't have merge issues later if I do changes now in the code. But basically, this pull request is for few features, some improvement, and also a new feature that is for multiple selection. Let's see if that works. But the idea is reset properties panel. So this is a problem now if I'm selecting something and it has the properties there. If I unselect something, the properties are still there. And also if I delete the object, the properties are still there. So I think that this pull request fixes that problem. And also multiple select. So multiple select at the moment doesn't exist. So if I have multiple shapes like this and I try to select them, it just jumps from one to the other. And I think that Yusuf made it so that holding control or maybe even having a rectangle selection region, let's see what is there. But anyway, because this is the only pull request now, I'm going to accept it, I think, and see what happens, and we'll look at the code to see what he has done. I haven't looked at this, so me understanding what others are doing is also something that you need to see to understand how it works. So that's why I'm doing it here, and I try to keep it as unscripted as possible. So this is really new to me. And he has commented more on Discord, so you can check the Discord as well for more information. And yeah, so actually I will start maybe this multiple selection and that improvement for the properties panel is also there. Let's just say that we start with that. And then after undo works and redo works, maybe import, export. So now we can save the drawing. If I remember right, yeah, we have now some drawings here that I made last time. A tree and a tree with ground. So these ones here, I'm going to load one of these like so. So loading works, and if we make some modifications to this, we can also save it as a new file. So that feature was also implemented. I forgot to demo it before. But it saves the whole file in a way that it can be edited afterwards. It's not really an image, so import, export, export at least is something that I will try to implement today, and let's see about import later. The feature was suggested, I think, by KGene521 on YouTube at some point. And then maybe we move on to more tools. Now we have the rectangle, but how about having oval or text? And then maybe resizing using the gizmo or transform box. We discussed last time about how we call this thing, and it's going to have those resizing options here as well. Maybe we call it transform box. I've been calling it gizmo so far. Let's see. And then maybe groups, layers, images. I don't know. It really depends how much energy I have today and how long I can go. But at least something like this, maybe this, is going to happen today during the stream. Okay. So, yeah, and then of course I have here some features that I will also do in the future. And if you come up with some ideas or things like that, I will mention you here. There is also this contributor list here of people that have been contributing to this application. So they are listed here in contributors.js, and I will be adding here names of people that do something for the application. It doesn't need to be a pull request. It can be just pointing out a bug and maybe suggesting how to fix it or something like that. But it needs to be a little bit more than, for example, here, I think suggesting a new feature. I don't think I have credited Keijin yet. Yeah, so suggesting features is it's fine, but and I will keep track of who said what. But of course, I could get a lot of features by opening some application. Like maybe I open Photoshop, for example, then when it opens, I can just look one by one through the menu of things and have a bunch of ideas for features, what to implement. But what is important when you guys are giving me this information is that it tells me a little bit more than just looking here, for example, I don't know, through all of these options, all of these tools on the toolbox and so on. It tells me a little bit more. It tells me that you need such a feature, because many professional applications can be overloaded, can be bloated with a lot of features, and that typically means that the application becomes hard to master, or it has a steeper learning curve when it has too many different things. And of course, some of them even can do the same things, really. But yeah, so I want it to be a little bit simpler than these, but still have enough power, so to speak. Okay, so just a quick look at the chat. Okay, yeah. While they're living, we are sleeping is singing the Coding with Radu theme song. Thanks. I didn't do that today. And hello, hi everyone. Let's see how this goes. So I'm just going to have a look at the pull request first, and let's see what that is all about. So, okay, 3 files changed. In the properties panel here, in the properties panel, a reset value, okay, just setting X, Y, width and height to empty. So this is going to reset these when you unselect something, like now, it's just going to empty them, I think, like this. It seems okay. Okay, I wonder what this code was doing. Okay, this was something. properties in our HTML. Okay, this is not important anymore. I think we had something called properties, most likely in index HTML before, but I refactored that a little bit and made a component for those properties that is implemented here in panels properties panel, and the HTML code comes from here, and it doesn't have an ID anymore like that. So actually this line of code removed here is just doing something I forgot to do. It doesn't have to do with this feature per se. And then resetting here the properties panel, an update display. Okay. Actually, no, it's not an update display. It's somewhere else. It's in script.js. So in script.js, yeah, okay. Before drawing the shapes, it resets the properties panel each time. Yeah, that's fine. It's going to be working, I think. And down callback for select. Okay. So in the tool events.js, down callback for select. Resetting, yeah, resetting. Okay, also before when we start to click on something. Yeah, that's fine. And then, I think this is the part of implementing multiple selection. So instead of setting everything to unselected here, so currently we just deselect everything when we click on something new and then reselect that one thing. It checks to see if control is not clicked. So it uses a hotkey control. And if it's not pressed, then it just does what we have been doing before. But there must be an else somewhere. Okay. Else, if the control key is clicked, I think, is being held, then it starts selecting shapes under a rectangle. Okay, that's interesting. It's interesting because it's doing a little bit more than what I thought here. But that might work. So if control is clicked, then it starts this rectangle feature. And oh wow, it's not using the canvas. It's actually creating a new element in the document itself. So it's making a div and it's styling it, I guess, in some way. And then it's positioning it starting at the mouse position, and then on the up callback, it loops through all the shapes. And if it's inside the bounding region, and seems to be completely inside the bounding region, so not just intersecting it, then that shape is set to selected. So this logic is new. This is very new logic here. And it's encapsulated inside of this function, so that's really good. The fact that it uses this and not the canvas is something we will probably think about later, but there's a good reason for doing this, because the canvas has a problem. You need to almost always remove everything before redrawing everything again. So if you think about drawing a rectangle region, you don't just draw the rectangle region when moving, you have to clear it, draw everything, and then the rectangle region. And every time the mouse moves a little bit, all of that happens. If you have a bunch of drawings, that's a problem. But here, because this is showing us that region in another way, not on top of the canvas doesn't change at all until we do the up callback. So during the mouse move callback, there is no redrawing happening here. Yeah. I wonder if this is correct, or should this be inside of the up callback, or maybe I'm not reading it right. Anyway, let's have a look. Let's accept this and see if these changes actually work. So let's do it. Let's merge this. Aha, okay, actually Yusuf is in the chat. Right. If Control key is pressed, do not deselect any already selected shapes. Else deselects all. The else is implicit, not directly shown. Okay, let's see after it works and if there are any issues with this. The code anyway looks like it's gonna do something. So I do expect some more major refactoring to happen at some point. And I think I'm going to have a stream just for that, just for the, how to say, just for a refactoring session. So it's going to depend on several things, like how much refactoring is going to be needed. But I want to have a little bit more functionality first, just to get an idea of what is a good code structure for that. So, okay, now it's been made here, and let's pull. Okay, reset is now here. So let's see what happens if I restart this application now. Okay. Path is here. Rectangle is here. If I select this, it shows the properties. If I click here, okay, it hides the properties. And if I delete this shape, it also hides the properties. Okay, that's really nice. The properties are blinking when we are moving the object, which is not ideal, but it happens because of this logic here. So in the tool events, when we do a down callback for select, it does this reset here. And then it shows the properties again when we do the up, I guess. This update display. It might be possible to do this multiple times. So here, and maybe here. During move, I don't think it's necessary actually, because the selection doesn't change during moving. But if we do this, then yeah. Oh, wow. It's doing that thing, that rectangle selection feature. Okay, we'll get to that later. But anyway, I think that now this is better because when we click and drag on something, the properties don't blink. Now, if you want to see the properties changing for the selected object during the drag, I don't know if it's really needed, but in that case, then you might put that code here during the inside of the move callback. So now you see when you drag it, I kind of like it that it's like that. It's showing me these properties changing when I do this. And at some point we will have snapping. I think somebody suggested it already. If not, yeah. But if you want to align these like so, then one way to do it is to just look at this 200x and make sure it's the same as this 200x. So now they're directly on top of each other. And with snapping, it's going to be even more obvious. But seeing these changing like this and aligning based on that, it's yeah, I like it more like this. So a little bit changes to what Yusuf made. But okay, let's see now that multiple selection. So if I press now Control and hold it and I click again, wow. Okay, dragging is not considering the multiple selection. It just considers one of them, but it's okay. It's something we will need to do at some point. But it does select both of them. And I think at least something will happen here. Like if you change the color, both of them change the color at the same time. So this is useful. And same goes for the stroke, apparently. And if you don't want the fill, it doesn't seem to work. It just oh, okay, wait. Yeah, it does work. And the thickness. But now the width and height of these objects are something that doesn't make so much sense because they have different values, and same thing happening here now for the blue and green. So if we select both of these, what should we see here? I don't really know. I think that if you open other applications, like for example, PowerPoint, and the objects that you are drawing have similar properties, then when you see the properties here on the right, they are shown to be the same. But if one of them is a little bit wider, for example, the width just doesn't exist there because there's a discrepancy between these. And then setting here a width of maybe 3, it's going to modify both of them at the same time. So kind of similar behavior, but here it would need to somehow not show the value. Like if I'm gonna enter here 100, this actually works as expected. But when I select both of these, then their height is not 86. So this is kind of a problem here. So one thing that should be fixed also is this maybe hiding the value here because it's not agreeing with the two objects. And same goes for the X and Y. I don't know. We might also consider this when grouping is involved, because then maybe we want actually the X and Y of the group. But now they are independent objects. Each of them have an X and a Y, and the X and Y are different. So if we set here X to maybe 200, I expect both of them to align on top of each other somewhere here. So it works, but they are different values to begin with, and same for the Y here. So that's something that I would like to fix. And this rectangular selection, it's actually great. It interferes a little bit with these, but we'll get to those later. Selecting like this doesn't do anything, but if we completely select, completely cover the object, it seems to work. And if the object is something like this, okay, yeah, seems like it works. And it selects multiple things here as well. Yeah, this is good. I really like it. And I think everything is clear to how it works. So, two things. The properties of multiple things that are happening at the same. The properties of when multiple things are selected, let's not show the value if they don't agree with each other. The same as what PowerPoint is doing. And how we do that, I think it's this update display. So here what I'm doing is I'm basing everything on the selected shape, the first selected shape really. And I should find a way to do what I mentioned previously. So let's start with an object. New properties. And it's just going to be X. Let's just put nothing there. Y nothing, width nothing, height nothing. And the fill color, stroke color, I really don't know what to put there because you don't have the option nothing, I think, in these built-in color pickers. At some point I mentioned that I really want to implement my own color picker. Because this doesn't let me choose transparency and it's annoying in several different ways. But yeah, let's just have here some empty values also for those and see what happens to those components if they don't have a value. So the idea would be to do that and now loop through the shapes. So Yeah. Well, let's just say this is null. If the new properties is null, then this gets the value of the shape in the same way as this. Yeah, it's removing these roundings, but that's okay because rounding is just something I did in visualizing in the interface. I don't want to modify the true value if there will be floating point for some reason. So that happens in that case, but if not, then I have to see if some of these values. Uh-huh. It's doing what I want, this GitHub Copilot. So but maybe not null, instead just this empty string. Or let's work with null here. And now actually putting those values into the interface. We are going to, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that, but I don't like the syntax here. I think we can do a better one. So something like that. It's putting here some values set to false by default. I don't know if that's a good idea. Also, it's missing these round things. So round here. And round here. And this one. And this one. So let's see what we get now with this situation. Do I have errors now? Okay. Can't assign to a constant value there. Okay. Seems like now it works. It shows just the width here because they are the same, and now it shows the X there. And what happens if the colors are different? So maybe we put this one green. Okay, it actually defaults to black there, which is kind of interesting. Maybe it's okay. So now the only... Okay. What happens if they have different stroke widths? Okay, it moves it in the middle. Interesting. So moves it in the middle there. But now 100 is there, and all of them are red like this. I think that the behavior is what I expect, really. Mhm. So now it shows pretty good. Okay, dragging still only affects one item, not all of the selected items. So that's something that still needs to be done. But otherwise, this is okay for now. Multiple values. Yeah, that's also something. Rather than seeing empty. Mm-hmm. Oh, wow. I wonder, okay, actually, not like this, maybe because those are for numeric inputs. So maybe can we access placeholder like, yeah. Hmm. Like that. Uh, yeah, like that. I don't know what happens with placeholder for the other one. Let's see what it does. Okay, now it shows multiple values there. And if the color is different, it doesn't show anything. But yeah, I think a grayed out version would work. Maybe not changing the value of the color necessarily. We can think about that later, but this multiple values is something okay, I think. And one thing that I don't like is that now if I control click this, it doesn't deselect it. So if I want to deselect it, I don't know how. Maybe Mhm. Yeah, because of this. So all of them become deselected if control is false. But if not, then, well, maybe it's enough to say that. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, that seems to be okay. Nice. Okay, and the last thing that I didn't like is this drawing, and I think for now everything else seems to be just fine. Yeah, everything else is just fine. So dragging, mouse position, mouse delta here. Aha. Um, hmm. Okay. I think the problem is when they are selected like this, and now I click, it immediately selects this one, and that's one problem. And if I do a control click, it immediately deselects that, and also some kind of weird behavior happening here. Okay. Let's see the chat a little bit. Yeah, Rahul. So now placeholder text, I think is better. Multiple objects are selected. Great if the property box with combined feature figures. Mm-hmm. Aha. Okay, so you mean like if we have this is 326, this is 219, and it would show the average location, and because maybe you want to move them together here. I don't want to combine this, it becomes too complicated because I think that's part of the aligning procedures that we will implement later. So in different applications, like in PowerPoint, for example, you typically have some other place for aligning because there are many ways you want to align. Maybe you don't want the average, maybe you want the left. So if you think about that, then this is where you would do that. You're describing basically this button that aligns everything like that. But if I undo and then align left, this is also an option that I might want to do. And many other things as well. So somehow combining it here, I think would be too many things in the properties panel, which is just supposed to be that, a way to change properties of one or multiple items. Okay. Yeah, we do that. So if we have multiple selections like this, then they are transformed like so. So it does work already. And if you do set the fixed value here like 200, then they do align at that 200 value. So we kind of have aligning happening in the same way that there is a kind of a way to align in these other applications as well. But, actually, no, there is none because the X and Y values don't appear in PowerPoint. Maybe here. Yeah, this one. So 6.21. If I put here 6, it was just hidden under a different tab here. Yeah, it is easy to implement alignment, but I don't think I want to do that anytime soon, maybe later. Because it's easy and straightforward, I want to avoid it. I know that it's okay with this code structure to do it. But anyway, this is fine except for that clicking and dragging. So what happens here? I'm selecting multiple things. I can actually select multiple things, not just with Control, but also with Shift, which is something I kind of like. Also deselect the things. But now if I click on it, it didn't deselect the things. It's just considering the whole selection. It didn't deselect immediately. Mm-hmm. So the logic is actually different here. If control is not, basically this line says that if control is not held, or I guess this would make it work with the shift key as well. Let's try. Yeah, now both the shift and control key work. And I kind of like it more like this because I tend, before I was pressing shift by reflex. I don't know. I guess some applications use that I'm used to it, so why not? But now clicking here deselects everything and then reselects this one, and that's maybe a problem. I don't want to do this if there are many things selected at the same time. Like if do we have this somewhere? No. Okay. So I want if we have more than one thing selected. Else we do that. Okay, and now the problem is it's still deselecting that one because we do this here. I want this deselection to be possible, but um, okay, now weird stuff is actually happening. I also want it to happen when we are clicking the selected shape. So if we do this, and the shape that we select is selected, and shape and shape selected, then not return because we want the move callback and the up callback, so nothing, but something like that. So basically clicking these like so, and now multiple selection, and now I click without control, it does change to the new one. But now if I click without control a selected shape, it doesn't deselect the others, but this shouldn't have happened. So if this is the case, we will start multi drag or something like that. Is false. Okay, and now let's see. So multiple items, I can select each one independently, but now if I hold Control or Shift, I have multiple. If I click now on this, it selects just that one, but holding Control, now clicking this, it doesn't deselect this anymore, and this is a problem. So yeah. I want to also be able to deselect this if I don't start that drag. I can only do that on up because down is too early. We need down to initiate the drag itself. So yeah, I think we are getting somewhere. This is maybe not a good name here. So I'm gonna give it a horrible name, but let's just actually rename clicking select is clicking selected shape like so, and then here let's just set it to that, and if selected um let's see if this is enough. If not, clicking a selected shape. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, but now here, so when we have multiple and now I just click without control, this is fine. This is fine. The only thing is when we move, I don't want to... Oh, wow. I don't want to affect just shape. I want to affect all selected shapes. So let's take all the centers. Yeah, like that. And then here, selected shapes. For each of them, set the center depending on the old center of each of them by this mouse delta. And now we don't need this anymore. And this is good, but now we don't need this this thing here because we already have selected shapes, so we can actually pass directly the object that we have. It's a little bit more efficient and less confusing. We have now an variable for it. Wait. I wonder if this selected shapes changes after this, because this might happen. Let's see if any error comes because of that. But now, if I have multiple selected, I can drag multiple. So this one works. Control clicking this doesn't deselect it. We don't have that yet. Clicking also this. Yeah, it's moving them in a group. They are not really a group in the way that I understand groups. There is a bug, and I think this bug is because of what I just did now. So let's just undo these for now. And let's try again if there are those bugs. Clicking this. No, okay, it's not because of that. It's something else. Okay, the logic here, it's gonna need some work. It's moving the previously selected shape. Yeah. We are not even using these here. I think maybe this is enough. So now we are not using that. I needed it before for some logic, but now I'm passing it here, calculating it after any changes in the selection happen. Okay, so now this works. Multiple. Okay. Yeah, I think this is what we need. Deselecting. So control clicking this, it doesn't work. It should deselect it if I... Should it deselect if I control click? Yeah. And why is it not doing it? Because I'm clicking a selected shape here, but really Yeah, you don't know. Let's see what PowerPoint is doing. So, okay. It selects on click, not on mouse down. Then for some reason it blinks. I think it's some kind of glitch actually, but it's selected immediately on mouse down. And then multiple selections. Okay. And if I deselect, I click. Okay. Control click. It doesn't deselect unless I do it very quickly. So there might be a second event handler for click, but actually I think that I can just use this up callback and say deselect something if we didn't move. Maybe this is the best idea. But for that, we need to know if we moved or not. So I'm going to have here mouse delta null. And then mouse delta here becomes something. So up callback, if there is a mouse delta, I don't want to do any of these things. If no mouse delta, then do the change in selection. Maybe. Oh. Maybe now it's okay. Let's see. So multiple selection, multiple items, selecting multiple. No, okay, it doesn't work. Did I not press the correct key? Oh, okay, draw shapes should also happen in this case. No, it's not good. Now it actually deselects this. Selecting this one is fine, but now I can't select individual items anymore because there is no mouse delta here. Okay. Wonder if we really need a click call, click event listener for this, or I wouldn't like to add a new one for no reason. So if we are not clicking a selected shape, we select it basically. So this logic is very complex here already. It's actually happening like this in this case. And here if clicking selected shape and there is no mouse delta, then maybe this works. Let's try again. Yeah, okay. Okay, wow. This feels good. I think it's something that is good. I'm going to do a commit right now. So let's say that we are done with this multiple selection, and it also includes other things like dragging and the properties panel that is better now, and um, yeah, it's very hard to explain how the behavior is because you don't know when I'm testing this if I hold click or not. And I really think it's one of these things that you should try for yourselves and see if you like it. But I think the logic is good and it's probably worth documenting here or cleaning up this code. I think we will clean up this code also now because if needed, let's see. But it does what I want it to do. So that's good. Averaging also for stroke weights. Yeah, I guess you could do that, put the average value there, but is it really meaningful? I mean, actually, what I would find more meaningful if there is a value there and you couldn't disable the field, which probably should be the case. I mean, make it look different, make it look like it's not a real value. Uh, I would just keep the previous value that was selected. So maybe having the old property in those cases. We can think about this later. I don't want to overthink now what should be, for example, here. What's the average of green and uh, red? There is a color there, probably, between green and red, yellow, I don't know. But should that value appear there, it's a little bit strange why a new color would appear when selecting. And same for these different widths. Like now it's actually putting a new value there, which is a little bit weird. And also black here. And both of them are weird, even if it would be the average of them or whatever. I think that it should just mark somehow that these also have a special value here, like multiple values is. So maybe making it transparent or something. But I don't want to overthink this right now because I really think eventually I'm going to have a different control for this and a custom control for the color picker. And then I can worry about what should it say when multiple values are there. Oh, deselecting this actually makes... Okay, deselecting didn't clear it now for some reason. It does now, but not now. So let's have one more look here. The reset properties panel. Ah, it actually works, but this multiple values, yeah, it actually works, but this multiple values is not done in the reset. The placeholders are not done there. So um, okay, it's fine. So let's do a commit now and then move on to improving undo functionality and adding redo functionality. So mm, so now it's possible to actually take it and try it for yourselves. If you're following along and you're curious how it looks like, the code is there. Not how it looks like, but how it feels like, really. Because, yeah, it took a while to get the logic right, but I think that it's now in a way that feels good. Right, and I'm gonna have a quick break and look at the comments if there is anything new. Can we check if we are clicking a selected shape and control key is clicked deselect? Yeah. If clicked the selected shape and control key is clicked deselect. Well, it's doing that. Yeah, I think maybe um, we can actually improve the code a little bit. This is I think it can be just that. I think the logic here could be made a little bit better, but I don't know. Maybe I'm going to write a diagram, draw a diagram for it at some point and see visually what's wrong here. But I feel like we're checking for this too many times. And this part here, if we don't use any hotkey, deselecting everything, if not clicking a selected shape. No, this makes sense. So clicking on a new thing without a hotkey just deselects everything at first, and then it selects it here. I think this draw shapes is happening now multiple times. Probably it can be just once after this if here. Yeah, everything seems fine otherwise. Maybe it's fine. Okay. So below if is clicking selected shape. It was line 25, maybe this before I moved a little bit. So okay. So can we check if we are clicking a selected shape and control key is clicked deselect. If we are clicking a selected shape, I think not, because I think the logic now is fine. So the reason why that wouldn't work is if we have many shapes selected like this, and if we are clicking this, control key is clicked. Maybe, but in the current logic, if you test it, it's not needed. Like these objects are going to drag like this if I hold control or not. So I don't know if I need to do that extra thing. So here I have many selected and they move like this. But if I hold control, okay, different stuff happens here. If I hold shift, they all still drag. It doesn't deselect it unless I click on it. So of course, if I click on this, it will deselect it because with control, because of this up callback here, it doesn't yet deselect it until it knows that we haven't moved, basically. So I don't know why I took out mouse delta here. I think I have some plan for it later in the undo. But basically it means we haven't moved, so this is more clear. So a little bit more clear. This mouse delta, I want to extract it here because at some point it will be important here. I know for the undo was thinking about it, but anyway, I like the behavior of it. So what you are suggesting there, Yusuf, is that somehow control clicking here, it would deselect it on click, like on mouse down, but it does do it on mouse up. And if we have these selected, all of them, and I'm with the control down or without the control down, and I'm just moving them around like this, it works. I think I'm happy with this. I understand what you mean, because maybe you want immediate action to deselect something and not wait until the mouse up. But maybe if you're really fast doing these things, like selecting many things and dragging around, you just hold control all the time. Uh, I don't know. It depends very much how people are using this application. But yeah, we can think in the future if needed. Yeah, maybe we could do more fancy things like hover over the things, fluid adjustments. Those are, yeah. I think that mm, it doesn't work now, but it needs to have the mouse wheel event handled there. It's a nice idea, maybe. Let's say some applications even have sliders for it. I think the mouse wheel is a good idea, but that's really a fine-tuning thing for the application, and I'm not going to prioritize it now. Also because X, Y, width, and height, like if I really want to do these quickly, you drag, and that's how you change X and Y fluidly. Like we have a way of doing it without typing or doing many clicks here. It's fine. Width and height, we don't have it yet. But if this gizmo is going to have this kind of controls here, then we will have that also. And I plan to prioritize that over mouse wheel here. So that's kind of the reason. Okay, some other people were saying, wait. Okay, Thought and Co said about Control A, Control D to select, deselect. Sure, I think that it's not too complicated. Actually, these shortcuts here. Control A to deselect, to select all, and then deselect all. I don't want. I It could be, but I think clicking anywhere on the scene is going to deselect all. So this is just fine, I think. And I guess they are somewhere here, maybe where undo is. Doesn't work. We haven't added select all. This is a step that is somehow a little bit annoying, that we have to add them like that to these shortcuts. We could just define this array with one line per each, and that might be okay. Because we still know the name of these things from the action here. So maybe implementing the code in that way is going to be somehow faster in the long run. Like that. And these are items in an array. And now I don't need this push anymore. Okay, so deselect all is just clicking there. Oh, something weird happened. I right-clicked, the menu appeared, and then I don't know. Yeah, anyway, it works most of the time. Something weird happened when I tried to move things really quickly, and or maybe it was okay. I just assumed more things are selected, or sometimes I feel like this rectangular selection should select things even if not completely covering them. PowerPoint works like this, but I think maybe other applications work differently. Okay. This is a little bit different here now because this is part of the background there. And this is working with pixels, so doesn't really help me like so. Maybe if I have some shapes like rectangles like this, and I don't think this helps. It just selects the last one because it's on a separate layer. Yeah, Photoshop doesn't help me here because it's really not made for these kind of vector manipulations that we have. But definitely some applications work differently, and let's open maybe animate. Try that. Okay, drawing something, but let's convert this and let's group it like that. So it's a independent object and it doesn't intersect. So yeah, so now it selects both of them. I really don't know. Do I want this? I think I want this. This can also be a setting, but it's something I really want to avoid as much as possible. So let's check again the Yusuf's logic here for checking if this is greater than minimum, maximum, and blah, blah, blah. So this is the logic for shape must be inside the rectangle. And logic for shape must intersect with rectangle. So this might be correct. Let's have here at the top Okay, and then here actually use that value. Probably this property should be somewhere else, but oh no, what is this? Let's do a switch. So now it selects it like that, and okay. Yeah, I think I want the intersection mode, and later we can see what other people think if this is really needed or not. Yeah. Okay. The tool shapes can suggest a default shortcut for that tool. Mm-hmm. I don't have a tool class yet. I should have. We have classes for path and rectangle, but there should be for the path tool as well, the one that helps you define paths and rectangles and so on. I do plan to do that eventually, and then maybe in the shortcuts it would point to that tool. Somehow I don't want to copy paste how to activate that. I will maybe need a better. Oh, really? Some applications have this selection differently depending top to down, or wow. Mm-hmm. That's interesting. Maybe someday we can do something like that. I've never seen application like that before. So if it would be like this, yeah, if it would be like this, it maybe would select both, or yeah. I think it would be a little bit confusing to me at least. I've never seen difference in that. Like when I draw this rectangular region, I really just see a region. I don't remember anymore where it started or where it ended, and I expect everything to be selected now because of how I know the interface works. But interesting to know, it would be nice to see what application works like that. Okay, but let's do a quick push now also. So mm, yeah, and now we can move on to undo. So I have several problems with this undo. First one is if I move now this here and this here and this here, this is fine. And now if I click on this 5 times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, And now I move these back. And now I undo. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So all of those undos were added even though this object didn't move at all. So when we have this update history, we shouldn't update the history if not dragging. But there is also one more subtle thing here. Like now I move this and now I click 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I move this. Aha. Why did it create that rectangular? Shape there? Interesting. Anyway, undo, undo, undo. Yeah, now it's better. For some reason, sometimes that rectangular selection starts even if I click on an object like this. Okay. Anyway, we can look for that bug. But another thing, like if I now have a shape like this and I move it here, it's fine. This 415-246. But now if I drag it like this and now I go back to 415-256, I know it's very unlikely for it to be the same place. And now I undo. Oh. It was different location. Anyway, let's 220-236. Okay, and now I move it again to 220-236. Very unlikely for it to be exactly at the same place. I'm still having trouble with it. Okay. And now I undo. It goes to exactly the same location, even though it's... I mean, it adds an undo for that. And yeah, now it's very unlikely to have the same value. But if you think maybe in the future we have some snapping happening or whatever, maybe it's something that we would like to take care of as well. And it's actually the reason why I here took out this mouse delta, because if the magnitude of this movement vector is 0, so that we have went nowhere at the end of the movement, then again, I don't want to add it to history. So if it's dragging and mouse delta magnitude is greater than 0. And for that, we actually need to implement the magnitude here. So yeah, I guess this is fine. Let's add the static version as well for consistency. So now that should work, basically. If we have a shape like this and we move it here, and now 36358 258. So 363,258. Okay. Oh, it was 259. Damn it. Okay, again. Three six three 259 again, and now move it somewhere else. Undo, it moved by 1 pixel or something. Okay. Somehow it didn't work. I think it might not work well because the here we are rounding the values, but yeah. The true value might be something with floating points. Ah, very annoying. Let's see. Now I have a kind of a snapping to grid implemented. So I moved it somewhere, and now I'm going to move it to the same place, this 343164. Ah, damn. It doesn't work. Now 409114. What? Ah, it doesn't work. It depends on the mouse location when clicked on it, not on the object location. Horrible. Let's see if this works. Okay, now if I move it 299177, and again 219177, and some, oh, why did that rectangular thing come? And now undoing once, selecting it. Okay, for some reason it doesn't work. Okay, this is one with 0. 0, 0, and now somewhere else. Okay, I think it works. Yeah. Hi. I don't know how many years. Maybe since 2013, 2012 maybe. I'm not that new. I mean, I'm not that of a JavaScript expert. Yeah, I think that this is fine. So probably it works, and maybe we'll need this more later. I really wonder why that rectangular selection happens sometimes when I'm over the object. Ah, I know. I have an idea. I think I know. Ah, okay. It's a very tricky one. I think it happens here. When we have when we have shapes that are on top of each other, if I'm gonna yeah, I can't zoom in on that part to show you. Or it doesn't help me much. Ah. I will do it like this. One rectangle here, another rectangle here. And now I will delete this canvas so I see the other one. And here you should see some pixelation happening. I can't even zoom more than that. There is some pixelation happening here and the colors blend a little bit because of this aliasing. I think that what is happening is when we have a problem like that, when we have a situation like that, like two shapes like this, and now if I'm gonna do that rectangular selection if I start here, it's fine, but here it shouldn't start. It should select the object. But I think that if I'm doing it just somewhere where those colors blend, and then the color ID hit testing system doesn't work, I think it's going to start the rectangular selection in those cases. Now, so it's because I clicked here in one place where it didn't recognize any of the objects. And I'm gonna have to check if there is a way to turn this off, or maybe I'm gonna re-implement this hit testing on something that doesn't have this problem. So maybe not use a secondary canvas for this, but maybe something else. I'll have to think about it. But sometimes it's annoying. And of course, I'm finding these issues because I look for them. I mean, I test a lot every feature that I implement now, and I do see that there is some issue that appears here sometimes, very rarely, and you really have to be lucky to get it. Of course, with more objects here, it's probably more likely for it to happen. Yeah. So, okay. Control A, delete. Oh, delete doesn't delete everything. Let's leave it here, but in the to-do, I do have at some point this marked down that review shape ID and selection system. So this will happen at some point. It's a potential place for bugs. And delete. So where is delete? Aha. Oh, wait. Something is wrong. Let's just have it as before. Right? Okay, now delete works. Let's not do it now. So I was still working on the undo, and the undo still has some problems. So let's do it for both. The undo had that color problem. So changing the color like this added many undo points. Every time I'm clicking here, the color changes just a little bit, and that's something I don't want. So I only want it to store that. Mhm. Change fill color. So it's on input, but I want on change to do what I'm doing now, but I also want to see the color of the object while I'm doing it. So let's call this preview fill color. And then same for the stroke color. So, oops. Preview stroke color. And now change stroke color. Let's copy this. This one is preview stroke color. Does the same as before, but it doesn't update the history. And change stroke color does that with the update history, but I don't want to copy code for nothing. So I just do here preview stroke color and update history. I think this is what I want. So the same for the fill color and preview without update history, and then change fill color like that. And now changing this color to something else, maybe a dark red. And now this one to have a different stroke, maybe green. And moving this one here, and now undo, it moved that one there. Okay, what happened to this green? It did two things at the same time. Or wait, preview fill color is not defined. Ah, okay, now it's good. Maybe also for this one. Yeah, I forgot about that one. I don't want to save multiple of them there. So stroke width in the same way. So preview, stroke width, and then change stroke width this way and remove that and change stroke width like that, but on change. Okay, this is just a preview. Okay, something like this. So yeah, this is fine. I think so. Okay. Somehow it bothers me that the selection of the object changes. when we do undo, it changes to the previous state there. Maybe I don't care about this selection, so this update history, I'm going to serialize the stage properties. Serialize with the stage properties in mind for each shape. But this selected is something that I don't really want to serialize. So oh, okay, both of them are implementing them separately. So here, I don't want that. And same for the path. I think it's something else. It's not a property. It's maybe when we implement that. Yeah, this is better. I think it's much more as expected. Okay, so what else did we fix? Oh, delete. And added snap to grid. A very basic version of snap to grid. I just needed it for debugging there, so I don't expect it to be. Yeah, basically, if you have objects like this and you hold control down when doing it, it snaps every 10 pixels or so. And it's not really snapping to grid, it's snapping the amount you move it. It's, yeah. I don't want to have it there, really. I will remove it. Yeah, let's just remove it. It was just to test that undo feature. Eventually, we will have some aligning and some grids and some other things like that. But now, yeah. So it was in this tool events, I think so. So I don't want that. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore. Okay, so another thing done here, the undo. And let's move on to redo after a short break. Let's see if there is anything else there. Yeah, genius is something some people write that when they write in the comments. It feels nice, but it's not really true. I mean, now in these live streams, you see so many mistakes and so many bugs and so many problems that happen all the time, and those tutorials just look too good. I mean, everything is so scripted there that it looks like I just know many things, but there's a lot of trial and error going on, and it gives this kind of false impression, I think. And yeah, that bug, the thing with the shapes overlapping there and causing that color blending, I just knew to expect it there, really. It has to do with the way we detect if we click inside the shape or not. You could implement it in a number of different ways, but this has some benefits if if we account for that problem. And let's see eventually if we do it some other way. It's a minor issue now, and many applications have small problems. Even big ones like PowerPoint, Photoshop, whatever. If you click in the right place, you will see some bugs. So I'm not too concerned about very small issues like that. Fundamental stage learning JavaScript. Yeah. This app eventually is going to have more complicated things. Now the logic is not that advanced, I think. I think so. Eventually it's going to have more advanced algorithms. But at the moment, I don't think you need that much to understand what's happening. I think it does become a complex piece of software, like many different things, but each of those things, it's relatively straightforward how it works. Move shapes with arrow keys at some point. Yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah. Anyway, now I need to eat something. And then I do the redo, and after redo, let's see about these things. Yeah, so while I'm eating, I'm going to be drawing something here. I took this thing from home and I want to see if it works. I don't want to fill for this, and maybe thinner. So okay. Feels just fine when moving it here. It's not the I'm not really I think this defaults to mouse actions. I'm not really sure, but yeah. Hmm. Okay. Bugs with width height property panel changes. Yeah, maybe. Ah, yeah, undo doesn't seem to update those. But undo deselects the things. Now I really don't know. Do I want undo to deselect something? What do other applications do here? Like, and now Control Z. It keeps it selected. Does it really move to the selected item? Okay, why? Oh, right. Maybe. Okay, maybe the selection, removing the selection thing was a bad idea. Yeah, some problems with the properties panel, definitely now. Sure, 0 values for the width and height at least are bad. Okay. Yeah, I guess 0 is considered false. There are some issues, definitely, with the negative values. Oh, interesting. Did I implement flip? Minus 407. Wow. Okay. Probably for rectangle it doesn't work. It would work if we convert it into a path. This doesn't work because it just sets the width property to minus something. Oh, or maybe it works. Ah, okay. This was broken. Yeah. I don't understand. I mean, I understand that after 0 it can't be anything else. I think it divides by 0 at some point. All of them are the same, but not are the same x is minus 0 here. It's relative to the center point. But then when you put it to 10 or something, 100, 10, then not a number. Yeah. That was 0 after the change. What happens in other software when we make something 0? Okay, but this is oval. How about a more complex shape? Yeah. Let's try to break it. Well, I definitely broke something. The transform gizmo thing here goes somewhere else. The width shows 0, but there is clearly a width. I changed the gizmo, but this didn't reflect. Yeah. Basically, I think what PowerPoint is doing is that when the shape is created, it stores there somewhere the creation properties. Maybe even when editing, like when moving each individual points. But at some point, those changes don't keep up, and then the interface breaks. In our version, basically, when you do a width of 0, those points become 0x. There's no way to retrieve back the original information. But this kind of thing, I mean, should it be able to? A lunch break. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, text fonts, sure. I could use absolute value, but maybe I want it to go negative. I mean, okay, not that, but the path. Um, like I don't have yet copy paste implemented. Let's add it here. I don't have yet copy paste implemented. But one of the things that I normally do is like if I'm going to draw some shape, like let's just draw a heart, then I draw that shape, then I copy it. I don't have here copy, but I do this. And then I look for the flip, or I do this. And then it goes there, and then the shape looks nice because it's the same thing. So maybe I wanted to have negative values. I don't know what this is doing. I know some applications do have negative values. Let's try. Minus. No, this defaults to 0. So that's one behavior. Then animate. Let's try also to duplicate this as a movie clip, because I think it might, or anything. I think it might have different behaviors. So selecting both of these, and then the width, let's just put minus here. No, it just made that. I know something has minus, maybe Premiere Pro or After Effects or something. Of course, there are also buttons for doing the flip. But sometimes I do know that I've been using something where, and yeah, this is also the nice scrolling thing that somebody was talking about before. Anyway, oh wow, Michael became a member. Thanks. Yeah, I really don't know like how I want to do the thing with the width. What does what happens here if I do a 0? And now it's that, and then this one goes to. Okay, it doesn't allow me 0. Yeah, okay. But that's a solution. It doesn't allow 0 because of the problems with dividing by 0. Doesn't also allow other values than 1, because from that you have enough precision in the floating point numbers to retrieve the original value. Possibly. I don't know how it works really internally. Like I never seen the code of any of these applications. I'm just guessing very often. But the thing is, a quick solution for the problem could be when setting the value there. Like changing the width, for example. Like that. So I'm forcing it to do that. And I'm also updating that. So now it's 1. And this goes back to it. And minus values also default to 1. So now I have that behavior. Width and height at least. Those probably are the ones that are causing the issues. So yeah, anyway, some issues are fixed. It was also the problem with undo. Yeah, let's keep the selection value there. It was maybe a bad idea. So something is weird. This is selected. I would somehow prefer this object to be the one that is still selected after it moved. Let's see here. Yeah, it's still selected. And then it moved the other one and selected that one and the other one. Ugh. Could it maybe be like this update history? Should we maybe place it in some different way? Okay, it's there. Maybe we just leave it be. But whatever we do, this properties panel, when we undo, it doesn't show the previous value. So wait, why is now the selected not shown? So I have two objects and I have one selected. Okay, and I move it, undo. Okay, it is selected. Okay. Yeah, but that property panel, does it change? So 376 undo, no. So that also needs to happen. So update display. think it should happen after we do the undo here. So draw shapes. Okay. I think it's fine. But it keeps the values there for something. So update display. I think we want to reset in that case. So okay, nothing is selected now and it's empty. Yeah, okay. So now some undo issues are fixed. I think that they were the only issues really. Main ones. Of course, very small things. I'm sure there are. Maybe we'll have some kind of bug hunting at some point. Right. Where were we? Redo. Let's try also standing. Okay. Now seems okay. I'm still on camera. So, redo. How did undo work? Yeah, okay. A pop here from the history. It's because history contains also the current state. So this current state, what shapes are here in history pop, this I want to add into a redo stack. I think it's a redo queue. I haven't done this. I don't remember doing this before. But anyway, basically everything that we take out from the history when we undo, we might want to redo in that order. No, in opposite order. I think it is a stack. Let's just try. So we have the history somewhere. Like this. And then when we add here the things to this redo stack, let's have also a function redo. Update history. So yeah, I think this is fine. Mm-hmm. It adds the redo back into the undo list. But when should the redo stop working? I mean, it's always stopping working sometimes. Like, if you think about drawing things like this, and now let's move this here, and up and down and up. And now I undo, and I can redo Control Y here. So undo, redo, undo. But now if I do something, like draw something else, redo doesn't work. Redo actually seems to change to redo the previous move that we made. So it doesn't work with the stack anymore. The stack, this is again more complex functionality here, but actually it's just duplicate. So redo remaps to duplicate, Control D in this case. So if we do some move that isn't this redo stack needs to empty when it's something in it and we do some kind of move, like we update the history. When we update the history, really. But except for this one. So because the data here really is this, I'm just going to say here I'm going to say history push data like this. And inside of update history, this is when we draw things normally. So redo stack is going to be 0, the length of it. It's emptying it. Okay, so maybe this works. We still need a redo button. So next to undo, I'm going to add a redo. And let's test. Seems to work. Yeah, something feels a little bit weird about it. I can't put my finger on it. It has to do with those selections that are happening there. But other than that, this is what I want. Yeah. Okay, somebody said something. Yeah, okay, Gobes did this feature. Object with two arrays, undo, redo, history, where you want to go. Hmm? Yeah, I just feel we are reinventing a stack here. But that would work. I mean, there are many ways you could. Okay. And then you have to empty the things after the current if you start drawing new in it. So it's maybe a little bit more work like that. But it might let you save redo states even if you do some other modifications. I don't know how modern applications do. Like, could you have now that changes are linear, could you have trees maybe at some point if things branch? I don't know. Yeah, if somebody knows more about this, it's interesting to learn. I I haven't really studied how to do these things. I just assume the logic is like this, and then if I'm wrong, I'm surprised by something. So okay, but this seems to be just okay. So undo and then redoing is fine. Shortcut for redo is also needed. So in the shortcuts, I will do a Control Y for redo here. So like that, and then moving something, and then Control Z, Control Z, Control Y, Control Y, Z, Y, Z, Y, Z, Y, 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 Z, 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 Y, 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 Y. Yeah, it works. I think so. Let's load my tree with ground from last time. Is there anything now that we can do differently with all this work? Or no? I didn't really make. Or there is something. If I want to move the whole tree, I can do this. We couldn't do that before. So already some nice feature here. Otherwise, it would have been horrible. And actually, this main part of the tree here, it's made out of many, many small shapes. If you remember, I did mistakes when drawing, and yeah, it's horrible. So if I'm going to, oh wait, let's not reload it. Let's just undo. So now if I want to change the color of the trunk, I could control click on these. And why is the deselecting the object didn't update the properties? Let's make now the trunk different color. And for the leaves, they could be also a different color. So again, selecting these and unclicking this, the last thing that I deselect should make the blue color appear there because they are the same color really. But I think that these properties don't update for that. Okay. And also redo should also update the display there also. Yeah. I don't even need to test to know that that's a problem. Okay, so unselecting something, basically here when doing that, no, is this where it's going? This should update the properties panel. Let's load the tree again. Oh, oops. Control Z. I can't select things over this. It's horrible. I hate it. Yeah, glitches coming from this panel here. Let's do it again. Control A actually also works. Oh, wait. I had the path tool and not the selection tool, which is a little weird. Control A worked with that one as well. Have to think about that. But okay, updating here seems to trigger. So what's wrong? So now I'm going to go in this. We have a brown color here. So I'm interested if some new shape, if it goes here again. Okay, why? The new properties is that. Oh, okay. I think it's no problem, but there might be some. Yeah, there is some weird shape here with 0 width and 0 height. Okay, let's load the tree. Yeah, there's no mistake, but oh boy. I select just that shape, I delete it, and now I save this tree with the ground. So it doesn't have that problem anymore. And now selecting these and deselecting this. Really? So this worked. Again, something weird is there. Could be that there is another shape there, like a small. Yeah, maybe that. Let's try. With some more clean situation. So now we have these three, and when I deselect this, no, it doesn't work. It is some problem. Ah, okay, the selected shapes changes here. Okay, I will have to check the chat in just a second, but fixing this one, so okay, now I did the things well. Yeah, now it works like expected, so quite fast. Okay, Michael, import loads. Yeah, that would be a good idea. Hmm. I want to do that eventually. I mean, the current, what I do at the moment is I just store the whole state each time. But uh, this, what you're suggesting, would just store the operation that you do and what you need to do to get the previous state of the object back. And that would be so much more, so uh, much less memory demanding, and it's a very good idea. I consider that as a kind of advanced state management there, and I will do it eventually. Let's add it here if it's not there already. Also, this person recommended something similar, I think. Yeah, I'm just going to write a little bit of what you said here, so maybe actually could I do a I will do a screenshot of your comments there because I think eventually I'm going to need this. So yeah, um, Yeah, I do want to do that eventually. Now I just kept it simple and I reused basically the functionality from save and load, but stacking up the different states of the drawing and moving through them. It's horrible from memory wise, especially for big scenes, big drawings. But we get to that in some advanced lesson. Mm. Yeah. Push to back, bring to front. Mm. Let's mark redo. I don't add back to front movement now. I'm going to link it with layers later. So sure, back and front within a layer is also a possibility, but when we work on those, I don't think we get to that today, but when I work on those, then I will consider that also. Yeah, it will be eventually, definitely. Okay, but now let's try also copy paste because we have already shortcuts for the shortcut system there, and I don't think I will add a button for it. Many applications just have it in. They just have it somehow in the menu, like edit, copy, or whatever. Almost nobody clicks that. It even knew what is this AI stuff even listening to what I'm saying. It knew I'm gonna do the copy paste thing. So let's get first what are the selected shapes. Okay, and now, oh wow. Do I want to use the navigator? I guess I could do that. Okay. And then reading it from there and then loading the value. It's probably going to work, but it's going to put the shape on top of itself, I think so. So let's see what Copilot did. Let's load the tree and select these two, copy, paste. No. No, okay. Okay, I think I have to allow. Yeah. Why? I can't select that because it copies everything, including the ID, the color ID, the ID that we use for the color hashing. Yeah, interesting. Okay. I don't think I want to use this navigator object there. So I just write clipboard is equal to that. And this is going to be a global value somewhere. And I don't need this promise here because it's there for that accept, allow, or deny thing. This will be horrible eventually, I think. If we copy paste different numbers and want to replace the width and the height, this system might not be good. But let's just see what happens for now at least. So we do that. No need for this parenthesis here. And the clipboard is just empty, I think. And now let's load the tree. Okay, so copy paste works, but the issues I was mentioning before. So if you remember the way we do the selection, it's based on these color IDs from that canvas, from the hit test canvas. And if I'm going to copy this and paste it on top of it, both of these have the same color. And that doesn't make sense. It's a new object. So we should really do some modifications to that. I think we are going to say data let's do that. So we are copying it with everything, but then when we are creating this object, maybe like that. So now loading this. Yeah. Okay, nice. Oh, from separate browser tabs. Yeah, that's a good idea. Like if we would have two tabs open and then, yeah. So drawing from one place to come to the other place. Yeah. And maybe if you think about eventually, if you find an image somewhere, like on some website, an image of something, and then you copy that, and then you want to paste that image here, maybe it would work for that one as well. Definitely that navigator clipboard will be useful at some point. What would happen if I do here, like trying to copy this to this? It doesn't work. It actually now copies the selected item many times and paste. So I destroyed copy paste here, but I don't know really if this worked before. Okay, yeah, it did work before. So hmm, yeah, AI taking over the world. I don't know, but it makes many things easier, like doing this stuff live and it generating things like this for me. It's much easier to just look over something and see if it's okay than make it yourself. Very many small hidden issues can happen if you have a typo or whatever. Now this, I don't like the code really. I think we have this appearing 2 or 3 times already, and the object itself needs some kind of clone method or whatever. But let's worry about that when doing that refactoring. I'm now curious why having the copy and paste here. Okay, something strange has happened. um, why is everything like, oh, oh wow. It also takes the selected property now. So both of them become selected. I think that all the shapes should be selected, the ones that are pasted, but the previous ones shouldn't. So maybe we deselect everything. Yeah, I think this is the behavior that I'm looking for. It's yeah, seems to be okay. Yeah, you can definitely do many things now with the application. Okay. Let's add here. It's a good idea. Yeah, it's like pair programming. Of course, now it's, I said, I don't really like this code as such. It's doing it in this way because I think have this elsewhere here in paste, load shapes, and change tool. No. Okay, load shapes and in paste. So it took it from load shapes really. So how is this different than load shapes? If we look at this one, yeah, basically load shapes have to find where is this load shapes called. In redo, in undo, and in load. So the code can be much better if we reuse this function here. But the problem is it's doing something a little bit more. It's adding these shapes, replacing the existing ones. So normally what you would do here for a better function would be new shapes or loaded shapes like that. And now loaded shapes push that, and now return loaded shapes. And every time we do this, we say shapes is equal to loaded shapes, to load shapes. And here as well, and here as well, and here as well. Now shapes, it's a const. Let's move it to let so that it does change. And then now the code for pasting here really deselecting everything. Now new shapes is load shapes of the clipboard, and it's doing for me this. I want for these to generate their IDs, so new shapes. And yeah, actually. But I think the code is clearer if we just generate the ID here. So let's keep one instruction like this. And then we push them to the shapes. So I think that shapes push multiple items. It works like this with the spread operator. So yeah, this code became much better now. Let's move these around, undo, redo, and undo. Let's now select them and change some color. Let's select all, copy paste, and change their color. And copy paste and change their color. Let's change also the stroke. Yeah, and undo. Yeah, and redo. Undo, redo. Okay, so seems like many things now, much more functionality is here. Yeah, that's also another thing that maybe I don't need a switch there. And the type. The object here, it's not yet of type anything. It's just data that is serialized there. Oh, wait. Ah, oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Sure. You mean evaluate this string somehow so that it becomes a rect object. But I don't think I want that. Something here, you're right. I mean, this part of the code shouldn't care about this. It should definitely go somewhere like in the shape. The shape should decide which object to define based on its type. So yeah, that's definitely true. But I don't think we can avoid switch unless you do something like eval of shape data type and then maybe load. Maybe this would work. I don't know. But I don't think it's very safe. Let's try loading. No, it didn't even work actually. But Yeah. Okay. But I still need to do something with the different objects here, rect or path, and somehow I need to figure out which one to use to initialize. Anyway, you can comment more. Maybe I get back to this. But now let's see. So copy paste. We have some version of it. I still don't know why does the current version of copy paste why does it not let me copy this value? Like it copied. Okay, I can copy paste from here, but if I'm here, I can't copy this value here or here anymore. So copy paste somehow. Let's see, where are those things added? So the event listeners. On the window, okay. Well, let's see if we add it to the canvas instead. No. I guess the canvas doesn't support this. But I don't want the whole window. Let's do a quick log just to see that the canvas doesn't read it there. Yeah, I can't even switch to the select tool. I think this is going to have the same problem as before. Yeah. Also, this prevent default is something that would fix it, I think. Like, if you think about removing that, I mean, now it's going to paste this value here, but it also copied the object, so it did two things that, yeah. You really want to only apply this shortcut when the focus is on the canvas. So not in some other thing. Let's check what is this E here and if it has some information about what object it's focused on. Okay, this source element seems to be something. And this one. Body. Okay. I think that the input field was actually receiving it, but it was preventing its default behavior there. I think that, yeah, it should be at the window level, but it should check to see if the... I'm not sure if this is correct to use now, like target, or I think target might be okay. But I don't know why it's body, because like if I have this selected, target is the input element. But now if I copy here, it's body now. But body, I guess, contains everything. Mm. No. How do I get the type of one of these elements in the document? I mean, it says here it's a body, but everything seems to default to object there. Okay, false here, but here it says true. I guess, I don't know. I guess for now I could do if this, then that. But I'm not really happy with this because there might be more than input elements that should be handled. Yeah, I don't know. Hello, back. Welcome back. It definitely acknowledged. Okay. Ah, okay. I have an array of those. Um, Fewer lines. I don't know if it's faster necessarily. Okay. Let's see what happens with that. Yeah, I understood. An object with keys like that. Yeah, that would work. Assuming I need to do that in some other place. And I think that it's going to have to happen here in the shape. What I mean is that, yeah, that switch, you could rewrite it like that. So taking the object type, using it as a key in that array, but you still define that array somewhere. So really, you don't reduce the number of lines of code unless you do this type of thing in many different places. In that case, you can access that same object multiple times. But normally doing something multiple times is a bad idea. So it depends really a lot. So good idea, and I think that I will use it eventually if I have to. But yeah, I got it. Um, yeah, you can use it. It's not a bad idea. I'm just not convinced at the moment I need to do it. I will keep it in mind, and when it becomes important, then definitely. Okay, so I couldn't get this one to print something. Node type just became 1 for some reason. Yeah, so it didn't help me. I guess input elements are fine for now, but I'm not very happy with this. Not at all, really. Now delete is here. Why is this not implemented in the same way? Okay. I don't know why it wasn't implemented in that way, but I don't see a reason why not. Okay, so yeah. Okay, no more messages. So many updates, copy paste with bug fixes. Let's do what happened? Did I do something? So deleting these and then undo. I thought I saw some weird behavior. Maybe I was wrong. Okay. Let's try also this export. Import I'm not going to do, because that means we have to start working with images, and I don't maybe want that. Let's see. I'm already tired, so definitely nothing with more complicated mathematics, I think. Maybe import, export. Let's see. Let's try export, maybe also import, start working with images. Yeah, I'm gonna switch back to sitting down for a while. Maybe eat something. It doesn't let me do that. Let's move this load shape somewhere else, because it's really a kind of utility function, and I think at some point it's going to go in the shape class when refactoring that, but I don't want to see it here. I want to keep just these functions that hmm, I want to keep just the functions coming from the interface, these callback functions for these items. Maybe. At least some cleaning up happening. These should be related to the shapes, really. Maybe I just copied them for now inside of the shape.js file and eventually think about what they should be here, methods, static methods, whatever. I just want to get them out of the way. This is fine here. History, this could go into new file, maybe. No, let's just not complicate it too much now. So these are linked to the interface because it's that button there for undo, redo, and then copy paste, redo, undo, select all. This is something related to shapes again. I'm just gonna add it here for now. And save load, yeah, okay, now it's fine. And utils, load shapes should also go here. Yeah. Okay, and export, I really mean taking the image of the canvas and saving it as a file. So like that. And I wonder if this works. Let's see. Export. It kind of works, but the problem is it takes everything, and I don't want to take everything. I want to take just the stage here. Hmm. Let's see if we get some help here. No. We get the same thing. I don't remember how to do it. Okay, it's this, but I don't want all of it. I want just part of it. There, it would be the same thing instead of using blobs, what I had previously here. I guess I could use this code and just create a new canvas. So yeah, with the stage properties, and then draw the image, draw my canvas on according to the stage properties. Yeah, like that. And then this temporary canvas is what we do the blob. Let's call this screenshot. It's maybe not the proper name, but it's better than drawing. Okay, so let's see now what happens if I refresh and export. Screenshot. Yeah, okay. So I'm getting that as an image now, which is nice. Import is something different. So I have to read the file. Oh my, this is horrible. Look at all these indents. Oh boy. It can't be that. It's too crazy. Let's see if anything from that is useful. So I get the first file, assuming that we don't support multiple files at this point. And then on load, new image. Yeah, very crazy stuff here. Working with pixels directly. I don't want that. I want eventually to have my own image object. So something here will happen with that. Mm, okay, this may be something like that. It's fine. But now let's create this image object. So like that. Yeah, Okay, see you, Michael. Thanks for the help. Yeah, import with the load. Uh, yeah, maybe. I think Photoshop does that. Like if you drag and drop an image into it, it's going to start a new project with just that image. But if you drag a project, it's going to open that project. Yeah, it's a good idea. Let's see. With paste, I don't know. So if copy pasting an image from one place to another, we might need to use that navigator object and do some crazy stuff, but that's already very advanced stuff. I just want the basic interface in the beginning and then figure out how to remove clicks and reduce the number of clicks and so on. But yeah, good idea. I will try to do this. I will try to do this. After I get it to work. So what do we have here? Let me take just this. I will copy rect here and inside of the image. And I can't call it image, I think, because image already exists. So let's see for now this. So let's just call it like that now. Rename image container. And or it could be something simple like my image, but let's do my image. Okay, and let's include that one also. Okay, now this is going to be defined by something. I'm going to comment out some stuff here because I don't want to worry about these things for now. We can get the size directly from it, assuming it loaded already. So then we have it here all the time. Let's just draw a rectangle for now and see if it works. Yeah, I expect many problems, but let's see. So import, opening the screenshot, and errors, shape is not defined. My image is not defined. Ah, okay, should be after this. Okay, now import. Let's not apply styles. Or wait, we don't have the styles. Hmm. I don't know if we will need these options, but I think that the image could eventually have those things, like maybe outline color or whatever. So passing them is maybe a good idea already now. Um, hmm. Oh, wait. I'm doing it in the wrong place. Okay, something happened. Something happened. Import. It added the image. I can't select it yet. I don't really know what happened also on the hit canvas yet, but it looks like something okay. Um, the center is also something at 0, 0, but it can be there for now. So it's coming there, but selecting it, nothing works really. So serialize must be implemented. My image, and then okay, now let's try again. Okay, center doesn't exist, maybe. Okay, well, let's try to use this one. So I'm going to try to use center here. Okay, now this is the center, but I want to also add that. And now loading the image, it's perfectly here. And if I select it, okay, I can do something, and many errors come, but anyway, so import the image, and now moving it, get points must be implemented. Okay, for draw gizmo. So get points. I think we have this size, so all we do is this. Ah. Maybe set points is not needed. Width and height, I think we can set. Okay, have to check this later. Okay, but moving this seems to work. I can import also another image. It doesn't show the image yet, but the placeholders only. Okay, let's see if we can actually show the image. So I think I'm just going to show it. So this draw image method. Okay. So why can't I move it anymore? Ah, because for this we need to draw it as a rectangle. So okay, something like that. So let's actually draw something nice. Let's draw something, I don't know. Okay. Now I'm going to save this as house, not the drawing, but the actual objects here, the file, the JSON file. And now I'm also going to export this as a house screenshot. So if I refresh and import, it looks like this. And now if I select it and I move it around, I can import another house. So this is already something that we weren't able to do before. And it's very different than loading, because now I can select the image, the rectangles here. Of course, I could load the house, and now it's here, and I still have access to the objects. But loading multiple times just overrides these objects here. So import the house. This is one thing here we can have as an image now. And resizing and things like that, I don't know if they work. Oh, wow, they work. Squishing the house is possible. Nice. Okay. And copying, I doubt. No. And errors, of course. Yeah, this load shapes is not ready yet. Okay. Yes, hi, it's live. And there should be many messages here. I don't know what people see, really. Okay. So this load shapes. The one that we were talking about before, do we need this switch or not? So I have to load it. Yeah. What about serialize? So we really need the image itself also. So image data. Let's see if AI can help us. I will serialize it as a string, so I don't know if this works. It might. Let's just see what happens. And then here, I'm gonna take this img from here, assuming that the constructor this knows how to convert to a real image here, which I doubt. But basically, I want to load from a, if we are going to save this as in our JSON file, it needs to be a string. So this base64 representation is the only thing that comes to my mind at the moment. It's going to increase the file size significantly, but yeah. So then the ID and center and selected and everything is like that. Yeah, let's see now what happens. So I'm going to refresh, import a house. Okay, selecting it. What was it that we are trying to do? I think I'm getting tired. So what am I trying to do now? Loading it was working. Copying it. Copy, paste. Maybe this is what I was trying to do. Oh, okay. Okay. So definitely some problems there. Here load is gonna be an issue, so also serialize. let's see if we reach this point. So import image. Okay, it's here, it's trying to serialize something, but then this is just the image object there. So oh wow. This must be some old code. When was this posted? No, not that old. Oh, okay. I think initially the answers are quite old here. Mm-hmm. Is the solution really to put it on a canvas and then take the URL? Let's try. So let's do this. Like that. And now when serializing, like so, and when loading new image, can I get it from this, I wonder? Okay, seem to be also some other methods, but this to data URL is quite general. Let's just see what happens. So let's just put here new image. And yeah, that, and also the that. Let's see now what happens. So basically, I want to have this ability to transfer one thing to another and serialize it. And let's see, import, copy, paste. Okay, no errors, but ah, it worked. It worked. Haha, miracle. So import this, and now I'm gonna select it, make it smaller, maybe 200 by 200. And now copy, paste. Yeah. And now the problem. Can I save this as many houses. And can I load these many houses? What? Really? It works? Selection tool, delete, move it, move it, move it, move it. Wow, really? No problems. How is this possible? Export many houses. Screenshot there. So now import is like that. Okay. Export did also the export did also this it saved also the selected thing there. I don't like it. But the selection box, I mean. Sorry, getting tired and okay, this starts to have too many features maybe, and maybe the code now should be refactored so that, or then not. Maybe I really don't know. Should I go on with this kind of spaghetti approach? And the structure is not horrible, but the more I go with this, the more worried I am that I forget what I'm doing, and then when refactoring, I have to get back to it at some point. Nice. Anyway, it's becoming more useful. Let's see. Okay, hi there, Parek. Glad you like the videos and the self-driving car. No, not the tutorial. This is not gonna be a tutorial. It's just gonna be live streaming all the process of building it with all the issues that happen, and it's a very long, boring stream. So far, I think it's like, I don't know, 15 hours or so. But tutorials just show you the steps to do something that has been pre-planned already, and that's a thing that is missing. Like, I think that people should see also all the problems that happen when building these applications, and then the reason for refactoring, and then the reason for why the code at the end is the way it is. That's something that is missing. So no, this won't be any tutorial because I'm already building it. I don't know where to learn JavaScript from. I think this free code camp has good videos on it. Oh, wow. Circuit editors. That's cool. You're welcome, Adi. Okay. Okay. Matrix box has many ideas there. Yeah, I mean, now the shapes are here, this path, rectangle, and apparently I'm able to work with images as well through this import button. square, rectangle, I mean, it's this one. Triangle, circle, they could definitely be added there. But maybe I try adding one more tool and see if I can refactor some things from there. Maybe separate the tools as in their own class. But I don't want to add too many things now. That's something that can be easily made later. Scalability to shapes and texts. Text is something we don't have at the moment. Maybe that's what I should add. Text or oval. Yeah, text or oval, or maybe even both. Let's see. But scalability is there. I mean, if I make this one like this, it's scaled. A viewport functionality like zooming in and out and changing that, it needs me to be fresh, and I'm not fresh, to say the least. I'm very tired. But that and yeah, you mentioned shadows before, actually. Gizmo resize, rotate, the viewport stuff, that needs to be left for some other time, because maybe resize I could do today, let's see. But rotate, it's crazy. And I don't want to focus on resize now because we already have a way to resize. So this one here. I much rather focus on this oval text. Images is already there, so yay. Import, export. Yeah, let's see how the file that we exported looks like. So in the house JSON, so this is now those different shapes that create the one house. So basically load house JSON, it's this one. But import house PNG, it's this one. And now it's on top of the other houses. Let's refresh, new project. So now let's import this house PNG and just export the house PNG as oh, not export, save this one. Save it as house img. And now load house img. Okay, it works. But what does this house img now look like in JSON form? It's just one object of type myImage here with some properties. We're not really using these properties yet. But then the base64 representation of the image is this crazy thing. So very big file size now, starting because we are storing the image in this way. Yeah. Other JavaScript material? No, I don't really know. I learned it a really long time ago, and I think it was mostly just working on projects, and like my teammates would teach me different things, and I already knew other programming languages at that time, so I don't really know how to what advice I should give for you how to study JavaScript. I use JavaScript on the channel to solve many different problems and to implement all kind of things, but I don't really teach it. like step by step. Well, delete is already there. So we have now possibility to select many shapes in 2 different ways. And then when they're selected, you can just press delete on the keyboard. So there's no button there, but the delete button on the keyboard is there. And okay, Figma. What is Figma doing? I think I might have used it at some point, but no. I don't remember anymore how it goes. But they look like things that we will be able to do with this, definitely. We can already do quite a lot. And at some point I will have to stop implementing features into this and just focus on the code structure so that new features become easy to implement. Now it's kind of tedious. So there are still a few things that I don't like. Like maybe I think this should get done now before we forget. Like if I export something, if I export a drawing here, I don't want it to come with the background, like the white background. And I also don't want it to come with like the selected thing there, even if that thing is selected. Like if you have some shape like this and select it and now you export this, I don't want that to be there. And the background white, I don't want it there. So let's try to fix that also, and then I'll do another commit. And you can take the code if you want. But. So this one, to do export, I'm drawing everything on this canvas. On this other canvas. And I don't want to do that. I think what I want to do is draw shapes. Okay. Oh boy. Okay, maybe like this. So through all shapes, we draw them on this temporary context. And then we will also have to do some offsetting of those shapes. Okay. So export like that. And it looks like this. It's not exactly the same. It does have the thing selected, but the background, the white background is gone. It's not correct because the stage comes there. So I think I need to translate this by minus the stage properties first. Let's try again. So a rectangle here and one here that goes all the way at the starting point there. Export. And now opening it. Yeah, this is better now. So it's proper, but this selected property should go away. So basically, we do that. And now, even if this shape is selected like that, when we export, and now I import it, you can say the image that I have now has a transparent background, and it doesn't have the selection rectangle over that object. Okay, good. So now let's do that commit. Let's see what Copilot suggests for the... Okay. It's fine. So now it's going on the GitHub here. And I can move on to some other tool. Aha, okay. Waiting my post on LinkedIn. What was the... What am I supposed to post something on LinkedIn? I forgot. If I forgot to do something, just remind me. If I will be building backend microservices using Node, I don't want to do backend anytime soon. For this application, I really want it to work as applications that you have installed on your computer, like PowerPoint, for example, or Photoshop or something. So basically, a save and a load, and you can have your files on the computer and import, export functionality with items like that. If I would save this on a backend, that would really complicate things because the backend needs an API, it needs a database, it needs the connection, it needs a server to host it on. And really, the only benefit it gives is that you share your projects with other devices and things like that. I normally don't use those features, so the cloud features in these editing software. Not that much. But eventually, I think that I will implement something like that. But not at the moment, and not for a while at least. I think that that just is another way to save all the data, and it complicates very, very much everything because it moves from a completely front-end project to something more tedious to set up. Like you're gonna need some configuration for that server, some software installed, and the server in the first place. Like many people that follow along might not even have that possibility. Sure, there are some free ones, or I think you can even use GitHub, um, or maybe not. I think this GitHub Pages works only for front end things, but certainly there are some free options or free trials with some limited storage out there. But still, I don't want to go into the tech related things here, and that comes with the backend implementation. So focusing on the front end features and really thinking about this as a desktop app, even though it's working through the browser, really. So yeah, I will eventually do something with backend, I'm quite sure, but I'm not prioritizing it in any way. I don't think it needs it. Yeah. So still gonna eat something and then I continue with more tools, maybe oval text. And I don't go into this, I'm quite sure. Let's actually move them for the future. If by some miracle I start to get more energy, then sure. But they are math oriented, and now when I'm so tired and not having the calculations ready, it's gonna be horrible. So I don't want to have a part in the stream where I'm just struggling and maybe not, I don't have any result by the end of it. Yeah, so these things, and then maybe I start to clean up things. I think that cleaning up is something that I must stop prolonging much, like delaying much, and I should do something about that. Also, that's not a great idea to do when tired, because if you're fresh, then the structure of the code that you're going to get is better. But the problem is, if I finish the stream today and don't have it in a clean state, maybe in a week or two, I don't know, when I stream next time, I won't remember what all this is, and some of these things might be quite poorly implemented, I don't know, and maybe it takes a long time to remember what it is, so I would like to do a little bit of a cleanup while I still remember what we did today. Yeah, okay. Proportional resizing. Yeah, that's something that could be there. Let's see if I have time today. So let's see. Okay. I also should have a quick look at this chat and see other contributions for today. Yusuf definitely contributed, but he's already listed there. Rahul contributed something, suggested that placeholders, but not really code, or did he? Yeah, he also pointed out that alignment is going to be useful. Yeah, I think Rahul deserves a contribution. He wrote very much here, and he's not listed there. So okay. Who else? Michael also commented a lot, and I have his comment here. It's going to be useful when I re-implement undo redo in a more memory efficient way, but not, I don't mark it yet as a contribution. Oh, well, maybe actually yes, because he also suggested about these input fields, like when I was trying to do the copy paste, not affect the input elements there. Okay. Then Thought and Co. Yeah, that might be a good idea. This let's try to do it now, and add his name there also. But I think I will still keep the button itself. So the idea is that here import and load could be the same thing if I check so load and import starts in the same way. One accepts PNG files, the other accepts JSON files. So if I would accept both of them, maybe like so, and then here if the extension is JSON, do that. Else, if it's PNG, this code. I don't want to duplicate this, so load image becomes a function. And like so. Yeah. So let's put here this. I think this might be okay now. Let's see. Refresh, import, house PNG. Oops. And load house PNG. And I get an error. Aha. I think it might be this problem. Read it as text happening here. Yeah, so now this works. Load can also load PNG images, but can load still load? No. Okay, I think there is a problem here because I need to use read as data URL or read as text. And I'm not sure I can do that before. Can I do this before? Can I know what file I'm going to read before I read it? Maybe. Yeah, I think I know it. So like that. Let's try now. So import house PNG works just fine. Load house PNG also works just fine, but load house.json, it's loading a new project and each of these items are selectable. So it's, yeah. I don't know if the import button is really needed. So I think that thought and co is right. Let's have his contribution there and also maybe replace this with or hide it. Okay, so let's do another commit. And say that. Right. Okay. Matrix box is definitely suggesting many things there. But for contribution needs to be something done, like giving example of code or something, solving a specific problem. They are all good ideas, and of course you can continue that with a very long list, like square, rectangle, circle, triangle, octagon, cross. Why not hexagon or other gons? Yeah. And about this idea for resizing, so for it actually to be a contribution, it needs to be some kind of pull request while I'm not coding some other day, or maybe example code on the Discord or something. Probably it's not going to work in the comments below. But basically, also in the chat here, some code works, so that's also fine. But to give some solution to the problem, not just point out the problem or the feature that should be there. Like how would custom resizing be implemented? That's more tricky because it means you need to understand the current code and so on. Oh, okay. Something weird is happening there. So Georgia has stepped in, hello, and has gifted a membership to himself. Well, great. That's awesome. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. So, I did something with the contributors. Nice. And they appear also here now on the top. Okay, fine. And now other tools. So let's just try oval and text. So let's see what this means, creating a new tool, what this means here. And maybe we can find some pattern to simplify the code because we already have 2 tools and 3 tools. So how would this go? First, let's just put here 2 options, one for oval, and one for text, text. Now these will be implemented in separate files. And they will be, I will base them on the rectangle JS. So let's copy this file twice, rename to oval JS, and text JS. Okay, now how were these tools changed? I don't even recall. So in script.js, something with tool, change tool. Okay, first it's removing event listeners. So this is something that I didn't like very much, that the event listeners were added inside of the object of that particular of the shape that corresponds with the tool. So let's leave it for now and do the same for the others, and then see if we can create finally a class for the tools there. So oval and text, and then here oval text, oval text, and here select tool, change the tool. Okay. This was for the shortcuts. So we have also shortcuts here. And text, oval and text. So maybe O and T. T. So back here in script, oval tool, and the one with the text seems to be just fine. Okay. Now those shapes are also where the event listeners are going to be added. So maybe this is actually a good way to define the oval, and maybe it's also a good way to define the text. Maybe not. Text, I think it should be just clicking once and I don't know. Maybe I do it also similar to the rect at the moment and then see how to change. I also don't like this corner here. Yeah, many things I want to refactor. I don't know if I should do it today or leave it for next time. But otherwise, this code looks the same, and that's also something that is an indication that maybe it can be grouped or taken out and maybe in some common place. Let's see. This is the difference, the type of object. So oval. So now the oval extends shape. It will have corner 1 and corner 2 for now, but I don't want it to have those eventually. So that's some weird code that I wrote for the rectangle, because when you create a rectangle in different applications, you have this top corner and the bottom corner. And between those is what you're going to get as the rectangle. And the same goes for this. There is a corner here and a corner here. And they are these two, essentially. And I think that for the text, I want the same. So whatever I create there, it will hold text inside it. So I like that way of defining shapes. And these I don't like. I mean, this is something that are not useful and shouldn't be part of this one, of this shape. Or the rectangle is just something during the creation, so part of the creation tool. And yeah, I even have a comment here. So oval, ID, center, size, serialize, oval, center, size. Sure. Corner 2, I guess it's needed during the drawing process. And then get points. This is, I don't know what it's for. I have forgotten. But I think the gizmo might need this so that it wraps around the object. So probably it's that. And then setting these. All right, the only difference here is the drawing. It should not be rectangle. It should be an ellipse, really. So yeah, something like this. An ellipse at the center with one radius and the other, and then no rotation and a full ellipse. So this is the oval. Done, really. I think so. Let's see, are there any errors? Okay, a rectangle already declared because in the text.js I didn't start to write it yet, but text. And in oval, let's look for rect because it's here locally. This doesn't work yet, but I mean, it probably works as a rectangle. So oval, oh wow. What's wrong? Why is the rectangle like this, but the oval, why is it at 0, 0 there? So let's go to shape. Aha. This is also something that will be needed. But now the problem is something else. So creating the shape. So here, mouse position. And set corner 2. So, um, I guess it should go here, but somehow it forgets. Okay, let's look inside of oval. So here, I guess maybe investigate here what's going on. So oval. Mouse has a position. So corner 1 and corner 2. Ah, wait. Center might not exist. It should be, yeah, it doesn't exist before we finish drawing the shape. So it needs to be according to left and the width. So that. Okay, now does this work? Okay. So we have the oval, selecting it. Interesting. This works based on the bounding box now. It's probably okay, at least for now. I would like it to not be like this, though. To take the actual shape in consideration. Like, if you have a shape like this, then selecting it only if you get to touch it with this. Yeah, but the oval is fine. And the text, it's probably going to just be rectangle for now. Okay, but now we have to figure out how to make that text tool different, I think. Because it's a very different type of tool. So that's the thing I move on to, and then maybe I can refactor these tools a little bit. Yeah. At the moment, I mean, at the moment, everything is on one layer. You probably mean like what Photoshop has, or PowerPoint has also this selection pane. Like this is the list. Rectangle, oval, I don't even know. Okay, there is an empty text box there. So they are these, and it's possible to show or hide them like this. You probably mean something like this. I don't know if I want to implement this or if I want to do it more like Photoshop and keep things on separate layers. So in that case, maybe different shapes could be selected together, not by clicking individually like this, but if all of them would become one layer. Oh, right. Okay, like now. So now I have just one thing here. That selects everything like that. So maybe I won't do this list before I have layers. I think it's too much to consider also each individual shape in a list like that. It just becomes too long when you have complicated drawings. But it will be there. So, yeah. Holding shift while drawing overrect constrain its dimensions. Sure. This will not work. I think that what I want to do is get the difference. Like so, delta y, and the max, we do that. And from that, we get like that. So this is only for oval. Yeah, no, this is wrong here. We need a different variable. This is starting position. start position, and this is current position or mouse position, and that start position X and Y is what we need to do there, and then this is where we modify based on that as well. And second corner position. Okay, something. Um, I need the sign also. Like so. And this debugger is not needed anymore. Yeah, so a shift holding shift like that is fine. And same thing would have to go for the rectangle, but again, I don't want to copy this. It's the same really. The only difference is this. Let's take out these things as just normal functions for now, and put them again at the bottom of shape, and they will be corner to second corner move callback, like that, and second corner up callback, and these will be I don't have the start position. Great. I also don't have current shape. Yeah, something smarter is needed here, and I'm not smart, at least right now, to do it. Let's see what happens. Can I pass these things somehow? Like go back to oval. So instead of that, we need start position and current shape. Let's just do anonymous function here with the event information, and then what was it called, that horrible thing? Second corner move callback. So it was in shape. Second corner move callback, start position and current shape. Okay. And this one needs just current shape. So now back in the oval, we have this with E and current shape. No, start position and current. It's, I think, not a very good structure, but I also think that it's better than copy pasting it. And it's a step in the good direction. So the idea is that now this code goes in rect as well here, and it's going to replace these. Otherwise, I would have had to copy everything there too. And now if I don't have any errors and I draw a rectangle, I have errors. Start position is not defined. Yeah, this should be. Whoops, rectangle. And now the rectangle becomes a square when I hold shift. And the move callback is not defined. This one had just current shape here, and the same for the oval. So rectangle. Okay, what is wrong? Oh. Ah, no, this is horrible. I can't remove this callback because it was never added. I mean, now I have those anonymous functions there. I don't like it. So I can do it, I think, but these callbacks, every time we add a listener, they need to be able to be removed at some point. So move callback is, I just use the arrow function notation. So same as here, really, but now it has a name. And I can just put move callback here and up callback in this way. And now up callback like so. But here we can also pass. No, we cannot. Does it work? I don't know. Move callback, up callback. I'm worried that this doesn't exist at the moment that we try to define this. Let's just see what happens. Okay. This oval works, and the rectangle. Okay, it jumped there, but I pressed some weird things. What? Why is it going there? Why are all rectangles going there and ovals? I think I didn't do that for the rectangles, so this piece of code here. Yeah, okay. Okay, so now we have that also. Rahul's suggestion went in. Code completion, I don't know how good it is really, because I change a lot of stuff after I get it, and very often it just suggests a lot of copy pasting, which works, but the overall structure is not great. Yeah, layers for Z index. I will do that at some point. And yeah, Rahul was suggesting there how to solve it. I think it works. So where were we? The text feature. See, at this point, when I implemented the oval, I had the copy paste there, the copy paste of the rectangle, and I knew it's an issue. But then implementing this feature with having the square aspect ratio, like holding shift, it made it a bigger issue because both of those callbacks needed to be updated with much more code and much more logic. And that's one indication that, okay, refactoring is soon going to be needed. Yeah, how should the text work? Like here in PowerPoint, for example, the text is here. I can draw some kind of region like this, but then it selects it. While we select it, we can type in it. Maybe something like that. But it's invisible. Or actually, it's not even created. Look, in the selection pane. It's added, but then if I click outside with nothing, it removes it. And the reason is they don't want you to have empty boxes. So if a text box is created and then it's empty, even though before we did have some empty box in some of these slides. So like I showed before, there are bugs in many of these things, many applications. And I think that's how we do it. We create a kind of a rectangle, but without style. And then we put text in it. I had an apple, I had grapefruit and kiwi, and now I have cashew nuts and some raisins. And some water because talking a lot. And some cocoa mixed with coffee because I'm getting old. Okay. I think I can go on. The lucky day. Yeah. Need more mana. Okay. So the text. Let's go back to PowerPoint a little bit and actually insert the text. Something there. Let's make it bigger so that it's visible here. And select two of them. Now, what happens if I have two of them selected? Can I type? No. It doesn't work. But if I select just one, it adds that thing there. So I can type in it. And it also figures out the location where it should be added. Crazy. We don't have such... How is it called? We don't have such an easy life here. Because these are pixels. So text, we have a rectangle, but now selecting it should give us something, an ability to type there. Let's start with showing some text there. So test. And this is gonna need to be loaded and serialized. I'm gonna leave this drawing here, but I mean as a rectangle. I guess the text box could also be made with the new features that we had before. So we added now like, yeah, like in PowerPoint, holding shift makes a square text box. So basically this code can become smaller and use the same thing that we did previously. Let's take the whole thing because it has the start position there too. Okay. So when drawing it, I want to go in the middle of the box. Let's not think about too many features like alignment or whatever. That comes later. And in the middle, center will not work. So this is where we have to do that thing to work in both cases. Hey, this code could be better. We could, oh, No. Well, let's leave it. But here, this becomes left plus half width and half height like that. And now text. What is this? Why is it not working? Oh, it's a rectangle. So why did it not create a text? Maybe that's one. Okay. uh, it doesn't work. But what happens is that the font at the top is changing for the contributors. Let's also leave the rectangle there. And then no, wait, the styles are there at the bottom. I don't want that. So why is it not happening? Save and restore are not added for the contributors. At least that's one thing. And it's where we clear the canvas. So here. Yeah, something is there. Why? Oh, right. Um, this might not really be necessary now, but it doesn't hurt for it to be there. Here, when we apply these styles, this should be here. Additional styles for the text. So apply styles is this. I don't know if they should be general because like it doesn't make sense for rectangle to have text. Of course, some applications have, like in PowerPoint, you could actually have the circle with some text in it. It might be enough actually to have that as a feature, have text in anything, but I don't like it. I often have problems with it because when the text becomes big, I have issues fitting it nicely there. So what I normally do is I take another text and then I can have control over that. Like a text like this size wouldn't fit nicely in this oval. See, this one with the black it's bigger and it still fits nice and maybe even a little bit bigger. would still fit really from the design perspective, but PowerPoint just doesn't let you because of something, some reasons. It wants to make it on 2 lines instead. So in general, I think having them separately and then grouping them later when we implement grouping can be done. So like that, and now they are one object, and you can move the one object like that. So that's just fine. Yeah. Let's just leave it like so. And okay. It does draw some kind of box there. So maybe in this case, I'm going to use the rectangle because for the hit region, I don't want to target individual letters. That would be kind of crazy. But then here, don't think this is needed. I think I'm gonna do the same thing, but yeah. Okay, let's see what happens. Something. Copy the text in PowerPoint. You mean like from here, copy this and paste it in our app? No, no. But now this text box, this will need thinking because what we have now is this gizmo here. It's supposed to be for moving things around and also for resizing eventually. But changing the text itself, I wonder if it should be some other tool, some other element item that does that. Here it kind of enables listeners for those any kind of objects, but here it's much more advanced. It figures out where to put this indicator and where to start blinking and so on. I don't want to, I don't do that. No, it's way too much. It's a very difficult feature to implement in our current situation. But what we could do is have the property up here. Yeah. Yeah. So editable there like that. Text, and then I wonder if this is a bad idea. This will need the refactoring of its life because this hard-coded HTML there is not good. I don't like it at all. I was thinking maybe some of you will do it in a nice way. But otherwise, I have to create these items. Okay. What did I do? Text test is written there. So the idea is if I would change this to something else. Ha ha ha! Amazing. But if I draw a rectangle, it doesn't have the text. If I write something there, there will be a text property associated with that rectangle, but it's not used in any way. So yeah. So I think that it should only change for the things that have a text value. So filter those with selected and text. So now the rectangle I can type something there, but it's not going to store it. Oh. Oh. I forgot to type a placeholder text. It says multiple values, but actually it's not. It shouldn't even appear here. This properties panel should be smart enough to figure out that this is not a text containing object like this one is. So this, it's fine. Okay. Now the outline here, it's something that we need during the drawing phase. So not anymore at the end. We just want to know where the region is. Or maybe we don't even want that. Maybe we just want the text to be generated on click. So no move callback or up callback at all. Like a drastically different tool. Because I don't want to resize this thing. Whenever I type text in it, I want it to be somehow automatic to do it. I think. What about? Yeah, tough. Let's remove and update this text. So position and here, no more corner one nonsense. Center. And the size is also something needed. So let's just try 150 by default. And let's see if this works. So many things here are different. Like here, there's always a size. So we don't need this really. This is enough. And then drawing it, we always have a size. So this is not needed anymore. Okay. And let's see what we have. So click and nothing. Nothing. What happens on that up event handler? So removes those, but okay, recenter, adding and updating history. Yeah, okay. This is something still needs to happen. So recenter, I don't think it's needed, maybe. Okay, it has a size, it has a center, so why is it not appearing anywhere? Maybe. Okay, it's not drawing the shapes. So it's not because the last mouse move would have drawn the shapes, but now it's important to have this. Okay, so text creating different text boxes. But now here, depending on the selection, yeah. Okay, I can even edit multiple at once. And if I select with different text values, it says here multiple values. So consistent behavior, and I can start again typing those. But it goes out, and now this is too small, this box. It's a problem because, I mean, I could hide the box. I don't want the box eventually. But that box is really... You know what? There's actually a nice solution to this, I think. So if you think about the hit regions, so that will be the hit region for these things. And the problem is just that the hit region for this one is that box. And if you click here, it doesn't select it. You need to be in it. But what if the hit regions are actually the text itself? I know it's not great because it's hard to click exactly on the letters, but if we make it very bold, with the stroke even, let's see. Yeah, let's see. So let's go back to the text, and this is not needed. When drawing it, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just going to text. So this fill text. No rectangle here anymore. Okay, so now selecting it, you really have to click on the pixel, I think. Doesn't even work. Okay, you have to be very careful when clicking, so. Oh, wait, no, the color is wrong. Oh, wow. Maybe having these inside of this is a wrong idea. Okay, now with that, I should be able to get it here. I have to think how to unify these things. But I want to... Maybe I should just convert it already to this. Okay. So now here, when doing the text, that okay, and now clicking on it selects it, but you have to be really, really careful there. I don't like it. But you could still use this. And so now, no matter how long it is, you can select it from outside. This is another story, making the selection box different. But if you can click exactly there, it's some improvement, and you can drag it from there as well. But this should be thicker and easier to click on, not so precise. And for that, I think that I want to also stroke the text and give it a thick line width. Like that. Can be even bigger, maybe 10. Oops. Maybe even bigger. How much is that margin that we use for the hit test here? So the dilation is 10. Okay, we can leave it as such. Yeah. So we will have to refactor that also. Yeah, but I also would like every time we type some text into it to update its size depending on this value. So its size is not changing really. So hmm. Don't remember how to get the text bounding box. Let's see if I can get some help. Okay, measure text. Really? It's like this? Let's see what happens. Okay, so that red region seems to be the text width and text height is what we are interested in. But these come only after drawing the text, right? So or no, it doesn't need to be drawn. It just needs to be passed to this measure text and it will assume some styling. I don't want to worry about the text styles now. It's there are some properties that are very complex to consider because it's different than the other things that we have been building so far. And maybe at some point we want the same features, so like background of the text or border for the text and so on. So really here I'm gonna hard code them. So font, align, baseline, stroke, line width. And let's put here dilation for the dilation. And these properties shapes. Okay, so these properties I'm going to add for this text set properties on a context. And I think I can do this. So looping through the properties, taking the key and setting the value at that key. Yeah, that's fine. So here we just say this set properties, and it's also going to take this dilation for us. I don't want that. No, the dilation is only for the other thing. We don't want it here. Okay. Set properties. And now fill style, stroke style, and so on. These for the hit region are different. And here, maybe we could put the fill style like so. But now this measure text. So I don't want to draw any rectangle here. Or a stroke. And what I want to do is every time the text changes here, so back here where we are setting the in the properties, when we are changing the text value, so there was some function for change text. Okay. Okay, but let's put here set text to that value. And now in set text for this shape, we set it, and now I'm going to do a save. I'm going to set the properties, and yeah, I'm going to measure. Wait, CTX should also be part here, so not the global variable. And I don't like it that I'm using it as a global variable here. Let's not pass it and just use it inside of this, because this text will need a lot of refactoring. So we just consider it a global. And I write a comment here, warning, CPX is global. And setting the properties, getting the metrics, and then size. This size is equal to width, metrics width, height. Maybe this works. Let's see. And then restore CTX, because we just do this to update the size there. So we should also put the text value to this set text, maybe enter text here. So now it doesn't work. Yeah, this wouldn't work. So Is this really needed? Like the measuring, how does it measure the width but not the height? From the metrics, could we just use metrics height instead and forget about this stupid stuff here? Height is undefined. Okay, so it doesn't work. What does the metrics give us really? So this measure text. Complicated. I'm sure there's some way, but too many things there. So let's leave it like this and that. And now why doesn't it work? Undefined. Oh, it's setting the text here. Horrible. Okay. And undefined, why undefined? Why is it undefined? So shapes. Hmm. I'm lost. Okay, have to take a little break. Okay, not many things. Okay, somebody making a joke about the theme song. Sure, have fun. Uh, yeah, I get it. Why is the text undefined? Oh, okay. That dilation, what happened to it? Yeah, okay. Okay, and now that gizmo is following it. Color is something it's not changing. Uh, no, fill color. Okay, stroke would also be relatively easy if we use this as the stroke. So now we have different stroke color and different fill color. Of course, font size and whatever. Yeah. Width and height here don't do anything. It's changing this box somehow, but it's not in the proper way. They shouldn't be changeable like this, I think. They will reset when you type something new here. I think that the text tool shouldn't have that there. So we will just not do anything here. So it doesn't modify, it only changes through these. Okay, and there were also those like maybe we don't want a stroke and maybe we don't want a fill and so on. So yeah, this will be quite similar to how we applied the styles previously in the other shapes, but I will think about it if it works with the same function or not. It might. Anyway, we are getting enough information to plan for the refactoring session. I think one more thing with that gizmo and also with the viewport. And after we have a gizmo that has stretching functionality, viewport, maybe also rotation. Those three things, I think with those, we can plan how to refactor what we have so far. And we have something quite solid to work with here. But okay, so that I will take out this debugging mode. Okay. Yeah, something like that. Does saving work now? So I don't know. Let's try everything. So hello, and then an oval, another oval. Let's try copy. Copy paste doesn't work. Oh no. Let's see what the problem is in a second. Okay, for this it works. Weird. For this it doesn't. So it works for some shapes, but not for others. How about the text? No. Ah, this generate ID. Ah, load shapes. Load shapes. Okay. Yeah, we didn't do this. think that's the reason. Let's see. So yeah. Okay, text. Okay, we have multiple texts also. Yeah, and then loading the images. So let's say this one. Okay, let's make it small, maybe 60 by 48. Let's say 120 by 96. So we have an image also. And let's change these colors together. Seems to work. Let's also change the stroke size and the color and the height here. Okay. What else? Oh, the path. Okay. Selecting the path works. Selecting these things works. Text also. I think maybe the text should be with that rectangle, the hit testing area, because I really feel like here I should be able to select it, and it doesn't. So it's not great. But anyway, what else? So path, rectangle, oval, text, select tool. Let's try saving this. Let's just call it test. So now I saved it as a JSON file. Let's also export it as an image. And now let's refresh empty page and try loading that. Okay, nice. It even remembered that I have this selected. It's, oh, undo. Yeah, okay, undo works. Yeah, redo. Redo works, undo works. Removing the stroke, removing the fill, removing the fill, removing the stroke. Yeah, and refresh, load, and let's load the image of this thing. So this is now just an image, and I can select it and move it away, and it has transparency. This one doesn't have transparency, but we saved that with the older version. Yeah, I think we are good. I mean, it's something. This application starts to be powerful enough. What is this? Oh yeah, it was selected and we saved it. Yeah, it's fine. Selecting multiple, moving multiple, changing multiple values like this. Aligning them, if we set, for example, the same X here. They're now aligned to center. Their centers are here. If I put Y, maybe to, I don't know. Now both centers are aligned like that. It's pretty nice. Yeah, I think this is, I'm quite happy with what happened today. The code is messy, but we have oval, text, images. And this proportional resizing, so that's also done. Not proportional resizing yet, really. But when creating it, so resizing proportionally means if I change this to 262, then this would become 210, but it doesn't. I think the idea was to have some kind of a thing there that like a log icon typically in these applications. I will add it here to do in the future, but what we did do is square aspect ratio. So when creating the shape, like for example, let's say an oval, and if you hold shift, it's going to force you to draw a circle. Is this good with max there? Or maybe it should be with minimum instead. Somehow this is better. I think it's supposed to be with, I don't know. Let's see how is it here in PowerPoint, for example. It jumps like this. I like ours more. Maybe PowerPoint is better actually, because this looks smooth. It doesn't jump like that. But it's hard to get it exactly the right size. Maybe I don't know. Let's leave it like this just to be different. Maybe it's okay. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, TypeScript would help with debugging, definitely. I guess I just don't want to use too many dependencies. Like I don't want to compile the code, and also I want to keep the core technologies as much as possible. And I don't know. I think that after this refactoring will happen, so probably not next time, but after next time. I hope there is no need for TypeScript in the sense that maybe the code is good enough that it's easy to debug and still JavaScript. But I can understand. I mean, it's an improvement. It also adds those extra things like and more people know JavaScript than TypeScript. So if you think about possibility to contribute, then that's also something I think. Sure, you could build it with anything, really. I mean, I suspect that these tools like PowerPoint and Photoshop and whatever I'm using here, I suspect they are built with C#. I don't know. But I would suspect that those are built with those that programming languages. That programming language. Let's see. Okay, C++. How about PowerPoint? Mhm. Yeah, I guess they might be prototyping in C# or something like that, and then maybe switching to C++ for more performance. I'm not sure, but definitely you could use C# for making applications like this. Yeah, okay. Hope that it's hope that it's useful. I don't know. I think it might be quite boring to watch these long streams like this, but maybe, I don't know, something clicks and it's useful for somebody. So plan for next time, whenever it's going to be. I think not next week, but some maybe after 2 weeks or something. I want to have also the gizmos with resize and rotate. So that's gonna be tough, a tough one. And maybe the viewport. These other things, not so. So I think next time it's gonna be a scary one. So it's gonna be this. And zoom and gizmo resize. I would like rotate as well. And when those are done, refactoring. But I don't know if I'm able to do all these three things in one session. So I don't know really. This needs, I think, a whole stream just for that. And these might be enough for one stream as well, because they are more difficult mathematics, and I would like to also explain some of it better. What else could I do here if these are done? That would somehow make... Oh yeah, this Bezier math, booleans. I think that it's not... If the text tool is going to be refactored and then the current gizmo for editing width, height, and those properties are done, maybe structure is going to be clear enough for implementing also the point editor, this Bezier stuff. Yeah, I think that I can add this one there just in case, but I don't think this will happen before refactoring. Yeah, and then later after refactoring, we can think about other stuff. But groups and layers, I don't see any challenge with the current code structure with that. And after refactoring, it's going to be even better, I think. Okay, and I hope that in August I do these. And then for the rest of the year, whenever I have time for a stream, I just work on smaller features. So let's see how it goes. But that might be a good time for people to contribute when the code becomes clean. So after this refactoring, then it might be easier to work on this application. And you could try developing maybe your own features, playing around with existing ones and so on. So up to you. But yeah, what's CrowdStrike? Uh, oh, is it the thing that something happened with blue screens with Windows? Or I don't think that it. Um, I didn't get any blue screen, but I'm on holiday, so really the only time I'm working anything is these live streams now. So yeah, didn't bother me, if that's what you're talking about. And okay, Rajesh finds it useful. Great. Multiple values when there's no text selected. Yeah, I think that when... okay. Sure. Okay. And also when creating the text, I think that we don't... yeah, this will need clean up here where we're creating the... Where are we creating the text? I'm now so tired, I forgot everything. This one. Not the time to do this now. Okay. Yeah, this is not a property in the beginning. Horrible. What was the problem? When there's no text selected. Yeah, it goes away from there. It's not perfect, but I anyway think this will be different. It's not going to be in the properties panel when creating the text. So the tool for the text is going to need some serious revision. Now it's somehow mixed with the tool for generating the text field. It's also the one property that doesn't, the other shapes don't have. Yeah. Oh, what happened now? Yeah, I'm not going to do these. I'm not going to commit this. So it will stay with those issues. I'm just too tired now to do anything more. I think I'm doing more harm than good. Okay. I don't do the no, because I'm gonna have to synchronize somehow with pressing the end screen button. And I'm tired. Yeah, okay. Separate stream, yeah. Whiteboard. Not sure what you mean by that. Hello. Yeah, okay. No, I didn't have that problem with the whatever it was called. CrowdStrike. Layers, maybe, but maybe layers would need this whole stream, but it's not really that. I mean, it would be good to focus the session on it. I don't think it's a very difficult thing to do. It's essentially what we have done so far, but again and again and again with what you described there, like adding, removing, locking. Yeah, not sure how I would do reordering of the layers. Maybe I would like to have some drag and drop, but doing that in the DOM can be annoying if I use some list. Anyway, I will again make some very basic version of everything in the beginning and then fine tuning different things. So yeah. Okay, thank you all for joining. I hope it was somehow useful. I'm really happy with the number of features that we got today. Yeah, errors here, but I think if let's see, how do you not do these? Yeah, now it works. So we have a lot of stuff. We can work with images, we can work with different shapes like ovals, rectangles. Rectangles can also be squares if we hold shift. Same for the ovals, they are circles. Text. There is the stroke of the text now here with the line thickness. We'll need something for the font size also. But you can have just the stroke without the fill. Okay. And multiple selection is here. Nice. And saving, loading, different kind of things. Exporting it as an image. So if I export this now, like this. I get this. It has the transparency there as well, so that's nice. Of course, maybe other formats, not just PNG, would also be useful at some point. Yeah, I just realized that now I believe I'm adding to GitHub also all the drawings that I'm making, which isn't really very nice, but I think I will continue to use these when loading stuff. Let's see if it's backwards compatible. So if I take back the screen with the tree with the ground from very early on. So yeah, they still move. And okay, the tree was made out of many parts, but I could select it like this, just the trunk, and then change its color to something like this. Yeah, and copy paste. I could make it more leafy. like that. Ground maybe can have a different color. Maybe higher like this. Okay, and now export new tree and save new tree. This is the JSON file. So refresh, load the new tree. Seems to be good. And load the new tree. Okay, let's try again. New tree. Oops. And yeah, after loading it, I can move the things again. But import or loading the new tree PNG file. So this means I can't edit it anymore. It's raster. So I already have now a way to have raster images here as well, which is good. And of course, this is stretchable like this, but different from this level here. And actually, that import, so can I still import now? Okay, yeah, so I can import the image still on top of the project, the previous project. So I could have here be a small tree here and another small tree here, and so on. Yeah, okay, I'm happy with this. So thank you again one more time, and see you probably not next week, but maybe after that I'm gonna do something. I just hope I'm in the mood for it, because it's gonna need to be very I need to be fresh for that one. So thank you all for watching. See you guys.